Bro, HackMatrix is so broken. Look how blurry it is, dude. Bro, and I can't focus. Oh. Bro, HackMatrix, look how low resolution it is. Let's see if we can make it into that cave there. The problem is that the resolution, the movement is too great. I'm going to go straight through the image. Oh, I'm actually very close. Let's try to get closer to the cave. Too far. Oh, I'm starting to see through it. To the actual cave. Not the browser image of the cave. Okay, this is going to be somewhat of a quieter stream. So to accommodate, the first thing I'm going to do is open up some volume control. And so mostly what we want is increased volume on the input device and the recording device. Seems a bit laggy maybe. Let's test the audio. Okay, I think that's good enough. Like I said, I can play music in my house. I have a pretty large yard, I guess. Medium-sized yard. Large for a city, but medium for a suburb. Small for a suburb, maybe. I'm in a city. So, anyways, this is working on multiplayer today. Making SDFs fast, bro. No, we're working on multiplayer with probably some level editing. Let's just be real. That's what I'd like to do in this stream session anyways. But I do just have to make sure that I keep the volume low. Comported box is amazing. It says hello or hi. I say hello back. Okay, so I actually see, is this a neofetch down here? That's quite interesting. So we need to do multiplayer. This neofetch should serve as the correct entry point into the type of work we are going to attempt to achieve on this stream. If you can't hear me, I apologize. It's just simply the way it's going to be on this stream tonight because I want to keep quiet. But I am going to not play too much music. Maybe a little bit of soft jazz. So my goal is to keep the decibels of my actual voice in my room to be like very low. But I will turn on some royalty-free music. So we can just, yeah, I'm not sure if I want epic music. We can do jazz, or we can do 80s synthwave, or My Alarm. I like NCS. They have pretty well produced music actually. So Witch House. This seems kind of interesting. Let's see, is Hyperpop good? Okay, this shares kind of the same color aesthetic as this. It's an NCS video and playlist called NCS Hyperpop. So it's just missing, HackMatrix is missing some orange. Okay, so there's a start matrix QCal, which takes a parameter now. And so it takes the distro type. Okay, so it already opened here. So like I said, just to reiterate the vision for this stream, maybe I can reiterate it in a terminal up here. The vision for the stream: get multiplayer working again after. And that's basically it. That's the stream goal. Okay, here we are in nested HackMatrix. So I think the strategy will be to open up a kitty term, and then to open up a Chromium, which okay, so these both open in the nested HackMatrix, which I can't get rid of the mouse for some reason in this version. Okay, so to get multiplayer working after the Wayland refactor, I need a client to connect. So we want two clients and a server. So I can develop this locally and run the server, on my machine here, or I can go and create a server on the AWS EC2 instance I have open. So the question is, which one do I want? So the thing is that I hosted this on hackrpg.com for a while because I wanted people on stream to join me on stream. But now I'm doing decentralized P2P networking for the MMO. So a centralized server that transmits position, which is essentially what this server did, wasn't going to work because I don't want all that data going to my AWS EC2 instances, or I beef it up somehow, whatever. And so I just want to get multiplayer working localhost using a local network. And then I can, once I get that working, because there is some work I need to do because of the wayland port. After I fix that, then I can switch sites and work on the sort of discovery centralized authentication MMO type stuff required that my server, centralized server, will need to have, and then also work on the P2P stuff that will probably have some sort of like P2P broadcast of position, or like player position, or something like that. Something where you have maybe a consensus. I'm not sure if consensus is actually required. I think I'm fine with people. It is HackMatrix after all, so if people want to like teleport or whatever, if they're sending just random packets, like I don't really care. So I don't think I need any consensus. But what I do need is just network connectivity, and we can just trust that each user is going to broadcast their position the way that they want to, I guess, or the way that's accurate to the game, for now. So, yeah, that's the plan. So the plan is simply right now to get the Wayland port of localhost, which originally was running on hackrpg.com publicly, but which now is being sort of deprecated to localhost only, so we can change it so we don't have to focus on changing it today. So, in HackMatrix, the two most important folders are source and include. I should probably put these in a separate folder, but I would have to redo my compilation, I think. I guess I could just ask Claude to do it. Really what we care about right now, though, is the... so we have the server, which is the centralized server, and the client. And so this is what the user... what we here create. So we use enet, and it's fairly simple. You just get the address. So there's a connect function, and you just pass in the address and the port, and it connects you up. And so as a user, you're like, how do you make this call? It used to be that we had the engine GUI, which used mGUI, and there should be a very interesting, actually. Maybe I forgot where the... There we go. So I separated the GUI for this, actually, but it's still mGUI. It still uses this mGUI, .h here. But you can see that it has a button for connecting, disconnecting. It has text input for a port and an address. So this stuff is pretty much not something I can use anymore, unfortunately. The GUI aspect. The GUI is mGUI. So that's unfortunate. That means that the ability for me to connect to a server is hampered because of the mGUI thing. So there's a few ways to solve this. Let's say standard way would be to go into the API, which uses protobuf, and it grabs things out of the protobuf and then deserializes them with its like compiled library, and it's made specially from the compiled protobuf files. So this all type checks, and it's a pretty cool system, and it has just like these basic switch for the various things. Man, my mouse pad keeps getting sap on my hands. It's a freaking plank of cedar wood. And there's just so much sap on it. But anyways, yeah, this is the ZMQ API. But something that I've been thinking about is what if it just... I mean, it's kind of lame to do this, but like, what if it just spun up a ton of like little web servers that then like listen to some requests? I think that would be hilarious. Your window manager is also a web server, maybe multiple microservices, dog. So that's going to be a little confusing because you have the server here and then the GUI. So I will just call this the web GUI. And the web GUI is just going to be, or maybe it'll be the, I do like web GUI. I think web GUI is a really cool name for it. Okay, so I'm getting a very strong feeling here. I'm not sure why, I just got a strong sense of not doing this. So to explain again why this needs to happen is I just need a way to input the address and the address and the port. So right now there's no way to say, even if I could auto fill the port and the address with the default value, there's no way to get the okay now connect signal to the system without wiring up some type of click handler or something like that. So the question is like, what sort of signal handler am I going to use? And like my gut instinct says like just REST API, like why not? And I don't even need a centralized one, like each thing just spins up its own little server on a port. Maybe, I don't know. This is just local, so you just spin up a local app and you access it through your web client and then you spin it down. Like it's like multiplayer. It's like, okay, I want to spin up the multiplayer app. Whoop. It's a web server, spin it down. I don't know, it seems kind of interesting to do it that way. Okay, so I'm going to copy the GUI to the web GUI.cpp. And then copy the GUI to the web GUI.h. Okay. So I guess we can start in the H file. So we have a render. We have a GUI function. The render in mGUI would just render all the text. So that would be called every frame. Is connected button clicked. That's probably some mGUI axiom or something. Get address, get port. That's interesting. So I'm not exactly sure how this is used, but the fact that there's accessors for the address and the port is kind of interesting. I'm not exactly sure why it's like that. So I'll have to take a look at the CPP code. Okay. So this is a render, and it takes, this is all MGUI stuff. So I'm just going to go ahead and gut all of this. So I still have the reference implementation. But I want this, what I want this to do is, this is just going to render, is going to maybe be a function that handles the web request to get the GUI HTML or something. So I can probably use some type of interesting C++ markup language that maybe allows me to embed HTML style markup in C++ itself. I'm hoping you can do that with Lisp. So I'm hoping maybe you can also do that with C++. We'll see what we can do. There's probably some really clean syntax for server-side rendering. Okay, so the GUI is button clicked, it just returns connect, and we return. Okay, so connect is like some state. Maybe I gutted it in render. I probably gutted it in render, actually. That's my guess. Maybe this was never used. I don't know what this song is. Some of the NCS stuff is like a little too poppy for a stream like this. Okay, so this just connects the client. I am tempted to say that like these functions don't actually exist or do anything. Is connect button clicked? Did I delete? Okay, deleting that. I now have deleted it, re-deleted it. Okay, let's do hack get address, I think. Okay, that's sus. That's pretty sus. You would expect another CPP file to call that. ACK is recursive, so it should find it. Found it in multiplayer. So my guess, it's just a hunch, is that all of these are useless. And that nothing is actually calling it. So something that's interesting is I don't know where the constructor is called. ACK GUI. ACK GUI. ACK GUI. Okay, so it's called in the engine GUI, so it's not even called anymore. So there used to be here's a render, There used to be a multiplayer tab, and it says GUI render. Where the GUI isn't probably in the header, let's be real. Engine GUI. I said GUI.render? Where did this say render? GUI.render. That's pretty sus. Because this is the engine GUI, so that would mean I know what's going on with it, which is that it's not this class. It's just a terribly named variable. That if it were the same class, then it would mean that exists, which is stupid. So if I them source or include engine GUI, I take a look at GUI. Oh wow. Then source engine GUI. Okay, so there it is. Multiplayer GUI creates it from the engine, so that's the constructor. So it just passes in the engine. And so naturally I could just do that from I guess I have to start it. I likely have to start it on a window manager boot up, because I would need to signal to the window manager to start it, because it has to. What is it going to do? It's going to yeet state in memory and yeet state into the memory of the program of the window manager. So. I don't like the coupling there, like it feels kind of weird, but whatever. I'm just going to carry ahead with it. Okay, so the first thing, there's two things. The first is I'm not going to code a web server. So that's the first, and second I need a way to sort of represent the markup that I want. And that one's sort of secondary, although I want to focus on it first because it's sort of more fun. And then I'll have to get it to compile, so we'll probably have to work on that as well. Actually, let's see if we can maybe try to get it to compile right now. Then cmake so this would be so all the multiplayer start.cpp will compile now. So cd build make. So it's recompiling the client. The GUI, it should compile the web GUI now. It might have a linker problem because I did delete some of the implementation, but nothing tries to call it, so I think it's probably fine if the implementation doesn't exist. Compiling. So now I think it's a good time to check in the chat and drink some coffee. Should I put it behind me? Honestly, not a great place to put it because it's also below me when it's behind me and I don't want to fall. You know, it'd suck if I was actually not streaming. I just didn't even know it. I like the thumbnail. I'm pretty happy that it says Matrix up there, and I kind of mayhem style. One person watching, okay. Mute this. Oh, comported box is high. Okay. Oh, 3 watching now. Hello, 3. One of them being me, I think. So I'm actually going to probably just keep it like chat here. I don't want to open too many windows at the moment. What do we have up here? So we have way too high mouse. Oh, okay, so we have this. So I actually don't think I need this window. Oh, this one actually looks better. Do I actually need this? Do I need to see my graphs? I mean, it's kind of cool to see it at the end. I guess I can do dark mode. I just like the contrast on the white one better. It just doesn't blend in as much with the... Okay, what? I have to choose an aesthetic. Oh, I can actually turn off dark mode on this. I think. Bro, I can have an overlay for brakes? That's sick. Okay, what am I looking for? I'm just trying to change the mode. I don't want dark mode. It's the aesthetics. It blends in with my cave. I don't want... It's too gray. I want white. Pops better. Anyways, what I'm doing up here is relatively unimportant. Okay, so this is the master stream. This is, if I kill this, the whole stream goes. You guys dare me to kill this? Oh, just kidding, I'll kill it. You guys dare me? Boom, gone. Because that's not the master stream, actually. I hope. Yeah, that was actually the master stream. Nope, just kidding. I wasn't super concerned it was, because it literally did not have any standard output, and both of them were at the command prompt, which means that I would have had to have start them as background process, which I never do, especially when, well, I just don't. I try to be as fast as possible when starting the WF stream, and this one is, on the left, is RMTP, which I can't cat out for you because it contains the key to my stream. The WF stream I can cat out. Control B Shift 5, which is also %. Very small window. Let's cat out the stream. WF stream. I'll increase the size. It's a very simple script WF recorder, which is for Wayland, basically. Wayland recorder. OBS doesn't work on Wayland. And WF recorder. This is sort of a sidetrack because, again, the vision for this stream is just getting multiplayer working. But we were compiling. Simple screen recording program for WL roots. So that's what I have to use to stream for now, but at least I was able to get it set up, so I'm not complaining too much. I would like OBS, but whatever. It's kind of fun doing it all from the terminal, actually. Let's zip on down. And look at the compile. Okay, so we have the multiplayer client and GUI compiling, which is what I expected. I did not expect the entire build to rebuild, which makes me wonder what type of branch I'm on. What is going on with the branch? So, get status. Get entity to the. So it's just recompiling everything for some reason. I added the new multiplayer stuff. Maybe it's because it detected new files. Maybe it's just kind of stupid. Usually, when I used my custom make file, it would, even if I just added a new file, it wouldn't recompile everything. This doesn't recompile everything if I don't add a new file. Like, I know that for sure, so I'm just making an assumption that maybe it's doing it because I added a new file. That sounds kind of stupid. So I'm not entirely sure. Let's go slow-mo, though. Slow-mo, though. Oi, 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 oi. Okay, so there's a problem with the web GUI, it would seem. Multiple oh. So we're going to increase the size. We're going to multiplayer, and we're going to open the web GUI. And so what we're going to do is, right now there's multiple definitions for all of these classes. So we are going to do that, get rid of that. Also should work from the root here. We'll use Ranger, that's probably a better way to go. Ranger, I have to scroll through all this though. So what am I opening? Multiplayer. Web GUI. Okay, so all GUI gets renamed to web GUI and do it across everything. Looks like only 3 places. Okay. Grand. Absolutely grand. Or grand. I don't think these functions are used, and I deleted them. As far as I can tell, okay, so that was way faster than Ranger. So I should use tab complete. Even that's a dumb tab complete too. It's not context aware or anything. So I think this should compile. Oh, one more thing. So the sed replacement, s blah, replace this because I did the let's do this and then s a b, the g at the end says do both web GUIs, or both GUI instances, boom and boom, these two. When I manually did it, I only took care of the one. Same down here, just like that. So I imagine that is fixed. Actually, they didn't have to do 2 because it's a header file. When I say they, I mean said, as if it's conscious at all. Literally, I ascribed the pronoun they to the program said, plural, like the Elohim. This is actually the said and them said them. The said and them said them. Said them, which does nothing else. The them and them. Alright, that pun is over. Hypersonic compiling speed, hypersonic, get out of the cave. And there's the robot in a giant lamp post, shining the light of chaos, I suppose, onto the cave that we have grown and done with the song. Here we are in the cave. The cave is grey, I'm moving too fast to see it. There is the cave. There is the cave. You can see the trees. And what do you know? There's the temple and the water. The trees and the temple and the water. Trees, trees and the temple and the water. The trees and the temple and the water. Trees, temple and the water. I'm trying to brainwash you guys with song. Or maybe not brainwash is the correct word. Maybe it's just psych you out by showing you the rotated low-dimensional version of the cave in the cave. The trees correspond with the trees, and the temple corresponds with this block here, and then of course the super low res water, which corresponds with this, and I haven't yet filled out the bridge. That's what we were working on last stream. We have a compiler error. Web GUI does not name a type. Well, it should. Oh, I know why it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. Of course. Of course, let's go to the source in multiplayer. Web GUI. Up into the not GUI, but web GUI, says I. And we make cannot, because the build is where we ought to make the final draught of our gaming console, engine, distro. What is it, chat? I have no idea. It's a distro, actually. I mean, I've thought way too much about how to package it, and a distro is actually a terrible idea, but, you know. '23. Wait, what? Seriously, what's it upset about? Wasn't the CPP I was worried about? Oh, because it's a class. Right? No. Because it's a namespace. That's why the freaking indentation. The Vim doesn't do the indentation correctly. Grr, I'm angry at the Vim not doing its indent thing. I don't know, it's difficult to get a rhyme out of that one. The problem is if I do this and I press enter, oh, okay, it works. Man, that's hyper indented now, though. I'm fine with it. I mean, even if it's hyper indented, I'm okay. Make. Whoa, we jumped up. Like, up to the browser, but also up in views. Don't you love coincidences? Hello, 3 people, 5 people, 4 people, everyone who has joined and unjoined and rejoined. You actually cannot algorithmically tell how many people cumulatively have viewed it unless you see this. The math can be interesting. It's a good lead code problem to try out, perhaps. Oh my gosh. The compilation, I think, is slowing me the heck down. Slow down. So we do have 45% on that QEMU system because we're running HackMatrix inside of HackMatrix, which apparently has a browser open at the moment. What was I going to go visit in the browser? So I had, okay, so this is going to be the local web GUI that I've been writing over there. And so I'm going to pull the code in, compile it, spin up a browser, or the app. And so this will be able to connect to the, I don't know how this NAT works. I kind of, another advantage is I don't have to worry about how QEMU is networked. I don't know how that's pronounced. If I use my hackrpg.com public server strategy that I did last time. And that would allow you guys to connect while I'm implementing the P2P version, so that might be interesting. I feel like it's going to be difficult for me to sell these because I'm going to give them away, a lot of them, I think. I'll just be like, yeah, okay, I'll give you one away, I'll give one away to you, and give one to you. And that's a good thing. And I don't actually have to sell a lot to hit my, I guess, goal. Guys, this is a problem. Yeah, this is actually a problem. So the idea, what was the idea of this? Because I can only have this window open. I can actually only have one window open that I use at a time. Because I don't currently have the hotkey switch. And so this version right here uses the same hotkey as the outer one, which means that the outer one intercepts it, and the inner one will forever stay locked unless I kill the window. Very unfortunate. I don't have that UI yet though, so there's nothing to load in the browser. So the only thing we have at the moment, we don't even have NeoFetch. That's a travesty. Okay, let's look at the compilation here. Hey, we have a successful build. Very nice. Okay, so that build will do absolutely nothing. It's literally just infrastructure wrapper stuff. So there's literally no reason to even run that. I guess the only reason to run it is to make sure it just doesn't straight segfault. Oh my gosh. 1, 2, 3 crash or oh my gosh. Bro, that's freaking me out. Okay. I was like, why is it black? And like, why? And it's just because it had a ZMQ error, I suppose. Cat, I think we can do tail in 10, 5, 4 of the launch script. Do I need that? No, I just need anything. Voxel API bind equal to anything equal to what is that format? API bind : TCP / what is that format? What in the world is that? What, it's recursive? Bro, I really don't understand. Hey, but I see that. So I'm just going to grab that, and that's going to be build matrix. What? Oh, I found a hotkey for that. Usually I have to do a function escape to get, or shift escape? Yeah, function shift escape to get that, but I found the hotkey for it. Very nice. Build matrix, and then let's do 444, 445, 4445, 4465, 4456, 4444, 44456, 4456, I think is good. Okay, well that just immediately started, and it didn't crash. Wow, so now we have multiple nested hack matrices. Oh, this one actually works well. Yo, sick, guys. Yo, I wonder if I can... Guys, there is a position... Maybe I'm just making shit up. But maybe there's a position that if I move to, it will seamlessly blend into the surroundings, even though it's minimized. Maybe the minimization prevents that from happening. There we go. We have like a little window into the world of what if. I mean, it's kind of a trip, right? It's kind of creepy. It's like, what does... I mean, you wouldn't notice, right? I think you actually do need to see some of the concrete there, like that. There we go. A glitch in the matrix. Oh, I see the mouse again. Okay. See, that's what I was expecting to see. Okay, so... Oh, little mini Ruify. Okay, so this one has the web GUI, so that's cool. And this one's also not... this one is not Kemu, so it's probably faster. This one's just nested. So that's actually cool too. Enter the nested matrix. Okay, so for the nested matrix, the nested one actually needs its hotkeys changed. So there's a way to do that, but for now we don't really need that. Okay, so we have a nested running there and a nested running here. So we have 3 HackMatrix clients open at the moment. Still feels pretty fast. So we have this one using 22%. I think likely because of the recorder that's streaming. This one using 50%. So this is the virtualized one, the Kemu, and it's slow because it's, it's virtualized. And I can't escape it either. And it doesn't have a NeoFetch. And I need to use the AUR, which I would need to install a AUR package manager for that. So who needs a NeoFetch, I guess? But it does have HTOP, which is cool. But it's HTOP. I can't unfocus its HTOP until I change the bindings. So it's seeing all of its resources free, and it's saying its matrix is using 26%, which is pretty crazy. So I guess it has a limited supply of resources where its vision of the available resources is probably scaled down. And here's the OG HackMatrix. That's the Kimi version. And then let's take a look at this one, and we can also run an HTOP. Probably want to make the window bigger. And so, well, that's actually funny. So it doesn't have an isolated process because it is just a nested compositor. So it's just a user space app. And so it has the same HTOP. I forget what that's called. There's like a number, an ID that like limits the what you see in your like resources and your PIDs and such. I guess it depends how they assemble this table. I should see two matrices though. So here's one, the 21%. And it's okay, so yeah, there we go. There's two more. There's one down here, one down there. I should only see two, not three. So 3's a little weird. But they're very low resource usage. And I did literally just run matrix. One of them ran from, the terminal I just started, and the other from the launch. So let's take a look at chat real quick, and then we can get working on the rendering of the web GUI. Hello everyone. Alright, okay, I think I was quick enough in saving the stream. Remind me never to teleport. That was a disaster. And when I say never, I mean never before I fix the bug. I'll fix the bug before I ship, I think. I guess I'll just verify real quick that the stream did not fully crash, it just temporarily crashed. Let's take a look. We good? We good? We live? Is it? Yeah, we're good. Excellent, excellent. Viewers dropped off precipitously. That's fine. It's a good filter. Just kidding. Okay, so we have this is Stream Central. So let's create a little terminal here. Let's label it CD Kubernetes stream. Then headquarters. Copy the Case run. No, that's not it. It's the goal meditation to headquarters.py. Run headquarters. We clear the headquarters. Welcome to the HackMatrix stream. Okay, so it prints that. Doesn't have a timer. It immediately, what does it do? What does it do? This is, what is it going to do? Why did I even write this? What's even the point of it all? Gotta back up, get some context. Yeah, that's right. I wanted a signpost. Then headquarters. Maybe I should rename it to signpost. But I wanted headquarters because I wanted a center of gravity, which I guess is signpost. Then, move headquarters to terminus. just for a little bit of historical etymological background, the terminus, I don't know how it was pronounced, was a god. The god of termination, or extremity, or he was a statue god. And what's funny is that terminus sort of represents what HackMatrix is becoming right now, at least in my house. We shall make sacrifices to... We should actually revive Roman religion and do rituals and things of nature that glorifies terminals. No, that glorifies concepts that transcend the earthly experience and reach into the Platonic realm. We shall sacrifice to sanctify boundaries of stone, and our landowners and our university students will celebrate a festival called Terminalia, or Terminal Neofetch, Terminus bro. Honors each year on February 23rd. Man, dude, February 23rd should be Unix Ricer holiday. And just whip out your terminal and then Neofetch. The Temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus. Jeez, dude. We get in. Wow, look at that temple. Look at that temple. Guys, we gotta recreate that. What is the thing on that? That is crazy. What's our next temple, guys? It's gonna be that one. Where do we put that? Oh no. I feel like it's crashed. Okay, it was just, it didn't crash. The Wikipedia pop-up broke HackMatrix because it's janky now because of the wayland port. But the wayland port enables so much. The Temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus. That's like a derivative of a derivative of a derivative, except it's pretty old, relatively speaking. Anyways, that was an aside. Oh, I gotta clip that. Because I turned aside. Python terminus. Nice. How do I even resolve this issue? Okay, so the problem, and I knew what the problem is, which is that this timer is like that timer. I just don't think that works. We don't even use it, so... Speaking of timers, the magical coincidence of the midnight timer has arrived, and let's go ahead and Python terminus. Welcome to the HackMatrix stream. Hopefully it doesn't crash. Okay, that's just as big as it gets. Okay. Boom, welcome to the stream. So all of that just to set up the stream. Guys, I need to get the webcam working because I swear this plank of a mouse pad / keyboard thing that I'm using, and I swear it's literally a plank, a cedar plank, hewn from rough cedar, delivered to my house for free, except I had to pay for the trucking. Lots of cedar, and I cut it into a plate for my keyboard and mouse. And now my mouse is covered in sap. And as a complete tangent, I don't think I can make a physical space joke here, like I did with the aside, which just naturally came tangent. Is there a tangent joke about having a recursively sized massive light pole that was put in by error when I was trying to put in the small light pole? Probably not. Where'd my windows go? Jeez. Going back to the tangent of my media. Where is this? I just want to show you the plink that we're working with here. There's the plink. It's a cool plink, I'm just going to be honest, but right under the plink, somewhere, or right under the mouse, somewhere maybe. I don't know where it's seeping from, but it's getting sap up. I found it. So the sap, can't make it bigger. The sap, look at the fractal pointer, the tree fractal. The sap is caused by that little indentation. That's where it's coming from. Oh, and you can actually see, whoa, why can't you see it? Strange, very strange indeed. From this angle, you cannot see the crack, but right below the indentation there is a raised level, and it's a crack all the way through. You just can't see it because this one covers up this side. Incredibly strange. Not a very deep crack, but it's filled. All of it, you can see some of it, it's filled with sap. That sap is getting leaked out onto the top of my mouse pad, and it's getting my mouse all sappy, and it makes it smell good, but also makes it stick to the board. So I'm not sure what to do with it. I like the aesthetic appeal at least. And who doesn't like a sappy passport? By the way, guys, this needs to happen. This is a crane. Screw desks. Who needs a desk? Who needs a desk when you can have? I actually just want to show off the desk. That's not the desk. That's the thumbnail for this. And a desk. Okay, well, you get the picture. There is a desk here. And well, why have a desk that I have to pull around and it's blocky, and when I can hit my head more efficiently on a crane, a room crane? I hope you guys can understand the system of coordinates here. This is actually the system of coordinates that OpenGL uses. To the left, when you spawn, to the left is X positive. Up is Y positive, and I believe, towards you is Z positive, I believe. This design will have a pulley box with two cables of some sort attached to levers. A levered hinge with mechanical advantage, increasing the extension at the expense of torque. And there will be another guided cable that wraps around the pulley and manages the height of the laptop hanging desk made out of the massive amounts of wood that is going to leak cedar sap all over my house. It's not going to actually, no. And that will be the HackMatrix hanging desk. It's actually kind of a hilarious idea, so we'll probably do it. Okay, we're back to doing multiplayer. So before it crashed, we had just opened up. We ran Matrix with a voxel Yeah, there it is. So that's going to spawn right there, apparently. So this is going to be a fully functional version of HackMatrix. The one that we're actually working on. Literally the branch. I can test things in here. The mouse is going to be a little messed up, so you can see the mouse pointer, because it just turns on the mouse pointer. It has like auto, I don't know. There's some functionality that turns off the mouse pointer, which you can see here right now. Look at the blue and the red contrast down there on the bottom left. But now I press F and it disappears. I cannot do that. Oh geez. For some reason I cannot do that. I have not discovered the mechanism by which that works in the nested version. But that's probably due to the higher level version doing something with its pointer. This is software rendered pointer, so it's the window manager itself that's rendering this window manager. It's all confusing. Glitch in the matrix. Okay, so the idea is that before I was rudely interrupted by a bug in the code, we were taking a look at what was this? This was the multiplayer web GUI.cpp. You can't CD into a file. I'm just going to be honest, it's a little small. It's like, why is my window manager in window manager so tiny? There we go. Uh-oh. Yeah, so the problem here is I can't give it hotkeys, so that's unfortunate. But, you know, I can always kill the window, so. What is going on with this, though? Jeez. What hideous looking code. Indentation-wise, what? It is not handling the indentation here well. For those of you who are viewing impaired, there we go. That's what we're looking at. So the render, that's what we're trying to solve here. Maybe I can increase the size, that'll help a bit. Now this stream won't get super pissed. Okay, so we want to look for a project. We'll look for it in two places. So chat. So we can just ask, give me a C++ HTML markup sugar light. I don't know the name of this. That helps with server side rendering. So there was closure server side rendering template. When I first started web dev back my first job after my freelance work with Resource.io, I got into an entry-level web dev job. Oh, my foot. Hiccup. Hiccup was the industry standard, apparently. Wow. Fast library for implementing this. So. But it was really cool because this doesn't really give it this sort of credit for what it is, But you can do these like really cool, like you get a tag and you can do a for loop and then put the the li and then it spawns this. So it's a template engine, but it's a lot of template engines, like you have to have a compilation phase, and so like it's not in the same language that you wrote the it's not in the same language that you're writing the template itself in, and so you have to compile it as like another file. Like Smarty is the engine that I had first used when I started doing templating, and I did this because of that web dev job. But I found the paradigm very nice when you have data as code, which is what made it work really well in Lisp. C++ it might not have a great. It might be able to use macros in a really cool way. This language has had so many years for people to just like invent some really cool syntax sugar. So see what happens. At any time where I have to reference a node, like, sorry, that's just like what? Like that's just broken. Yeah, it's gross. Bro, that sugar is disgusting. Ugh. I want my tea unsweet. I'm actually drinking coffee, but no, that code sugar is gross, dude. If you want even sweeter, no. No. Actually, that looks decent. You can give me that. I don't want to reference nodes like that. Like, I want this. A tiny DOM builder DSL. Yep. Yeah. There we go. So, give it a reference to what I like, that has the aesthetic appeal I like, and then I said modern to say, just like maybe look at GitHub, like maybe don't rely on Eric S. Raymond's DSL for HTML, which was like, didn't even have, canvas tag yet or something. Compact modern C++ 20. Bro, this code is horrendous too. Okay, so chat, total fail. Okay, we're getting too complex here. What I'm going to do is I could do cout, but I won't. Fopen. What am I fopening? It's a valid question to ask. GUI.html. I believe that's how you do that. Oh, chat. Hello. So what game is this made in? What is the game made in? Just curious. OpenGL. HackMatrix engine. So the render code renders via GLSL. Someone says, I'll store animate says, I don't know if he sees chat. Yet, I have focus mode and then chat mode and then there needs to be some more window manager elements added, like multiple screens on a single plane or something. Like easy composition that allows you to accurately position windows. What was I doing? We should not be in the HackMatrix Stream Center, or our new Roman god terminus. No, we should be up in the clouds, inside a it's just nested version of HackMatrix, where we've opened, despite me not knowing if that's how you actually open something. Open file in C++ and serve it via HTTP. Yeah, there we go. Just one-shot it via ChatGPT. Oh my god, please don't. I don't know how low level ARPA is, but it seems pretty low level. Maybe I'm just not up on my systems programming. Okay, so it really just yeeted out a whole static server here, I think. So what are we using here? We're using socket, just plain sockets, TCP socket. Yeah, SockStream, AFINet. That's cool. It's gross though. So multiplayer, this is the GUI, so it's not going to have much. It needs to serve the static HTML and then have a REST endpoint or two REST endpoints or whatever for just connecting to a thing, and then it needs to receive back a confirmation that like, hey, it connected well, or it failed, and that might have to poll. So it's not super complex. I know that I originally said, and I am still maintaining, that I do not want to use raw sockets. So I'm not going to maintain an HTTP server myself. Use a header-only server, very ample. And I'm going to do a search myself. I'm not sure if this is the case, but let's take a look at Suckless software. Remember, they have like really minimal stuff, and so maybe they have a C library that's just like a server. Core, so Suckless user space, space init scripts, DHCP init ubase, stdwm tools. Blind, Sense, Scroll, Quark. Web server static content. Okay, so this would just be a binary that I would compile and then. But that's static web. I need REST. And then also this is just serving like a folder and maybe some patterns around that. I need something dynamic. Although I would be interested to look at the source code files. They probably just implement it the same way that ChatGPT did. Okay, that's fine. Let's see what they have. HTTP. Next. Okay, so this just didn't include. I'll take it. I'll try this one. Give me the header file. How do I extract the header file? It's probably just in releases. There we go. I could actually copy the entire contents of it. What was the name of it? http lib.h. Whoa. Actually, like zooming down here like that into the HackMatrix Stream Center, where my speed is not attenuated for the distances. BMQWW223 says, "Hey, you're doing game dev with AI?" No. That's a no. I'm doing game... oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. I said no, but I'm using AI. I use AI all the time. Yes. Yes. I am doing game dev with AI to some extent. Inside a nested version of itself. Okay, so HTTP lib is what I wanted, and so I decided to copy that raw file. And we can come over here, and then we can include HTTP lib.h. And why shall we do that? HTTP lib.h, and we just problem. The paste buffer, because this is nested, which is funny, the paste buffer actually doesn't apply, so I can't paste into that. And so I will open this file up in a non-nested version. But I will save this one, so I already have a file name in place. I'll just open it in this one. And then I can paste everything. Zippity doo-dah. Follow the white rabbit. Hack the planet. I'm running out of hacker phrases. I'll read the hacker manifesto. Oh my gosh, guys. This is crazy. That was crazy. How many freaking lines was that? It doesn't even say. I don't want to scroll it, guys. 20,000 lines just pasted. Oh, edit. Oh, don't save that. I don't think I saved this actually. Oh gosh. Okay. Just save and write that. Okay, there we are. And then what was I doing? The GUI. Engine GUI. Okay, so what include multiplayer web GUIs. This is what we're working on. And so the main idea is just we want right now to just serve the HTML file. So this is I guess a client app. I guess you could also say that it's a unified GUI for not just multiplayer, but at some point there's going to be a web server for all the web-based GUI that I want for the engine. So I don't know. I'll just put it on a specific port and hope for the best, I guess. I'm fine with just literally taking this code. Let's jank that and let's paste. Okay. Just gonna be honest, I think we're going to seppuku that. Not completely seppuku it. Let's move over here to the door and sort of look out at the nice map and the stuff, and then we can do a neo fetch and maybe increase the size of that. Do a clear and a neo fetch, and then sort of back up and actually have a proper clipboard. So what is it that I am attempting to implement here? That is the source multiplayer web GUI, which I can now paste the code from the HTTP lib. So it only brought in fstream and ssstream. So it reads a file, it listens to index. So instead of a main, we can drop the main and grab this, and now this will be divided. So this opens a render, except that we want the web GUI, we want that to exist. Likely we want it, it's going to be, I think, a long running process unless I can close it. The thing is this thing needs to listen pretty much the entire time. Okay, so this is just GUI.html, web GUI.html. Let's get rid of that. And that. Okay, so we have a render function. This is not a render, so we probably don't even need a render, because all of this is constructor. This is a server. This is something that exists on the heap of this object and gets deleted. And the object, it doesn't actually have to exist on the heap, it can exist on the stack. It goes out of scope. So I actually will want to grab that and actually delete it. I want it gone. And then I can go here. And then I have to include http lib.h. Okay, so now let's go to the build and try to make this. Let's see what it does. So the only thing I did was tell it to just give me insane amounts of errors. That's what I told it to do. Forcing me to drink too much. I forgot what type of coffee this is. Nestle coffee. So in Asia, they sell coffee and they have coffee, but it's all this Nestle stuff, guys. It's this. At least that's what it was for me. 25-cent cigarette packs and Nescafe coffee. So, yeah. down to the stream center and go take a look at chat. Oh, my voice is too low. Okay, that's unfortunate. So let's try to fix that. Unfortunately, I have been whispering, and the reason for that is I don't really want to wake up neighbors. So, I mean, I could technically like just boost that, just like hyper boost everything, and might be crackly. I can also speak a little louder. I think the volume is probably sensible. I've measured volume of music and then went outside. The only problem is the frequency variable. I have a pretty low register sometimes when I speak loudly, and so that might reverberate more through the walls or whatever. I'm not sure how that works. Oh my gosh, massive drop. Are you studying? I was trying to say that for myself. Are you studying CS major? Nope. BMQWW223 says, what this keyboard is that it's so annoying, DAC sound. Yeah, it's just the mechanical keyboard I'm using. Yeah, I mean, if it's annoying, maybe it's a good idea to switch out and use the laptop keyboard. The only problem is the laptop is on a table that's farther away from me. It's going to be pretty difficult to do that when I'm trying to make a laptop desk, hanging desk. Actually, that might make it easier to just sit with the laptop directly in my face and type. So maybe if I make this laptop desk, I can use the laptop keyboard, because I won't have to concern myself with hitting my knees on the desk and not being able to get close enough to the laptop. Who knows? But for now, the mechanical keyboard, which maybe I should just back up a bit and then, be solved. Okay, back to the code. Okay, so it crashed. Hotkeys are broken. I rely on hotkeys a lot, so it just keeps crashing because I try to use hotkeys. It's not they're fully broken, but they're partially broken. So that will definitely have to get restored. Let's wait for this to just verify that I've reconnected. Oh my god. Yeah, major crash. Only 2 people here. That's fine now. Okay. So we were working on the multiplayer, which I think was not compiling. Oh wow, yeah, okay. So it's absolutely crazy. Like, what the fuck? Okay, so first thing first. C standard C. Okay, so we have the correct C++ standard. Yeah, I really don't. Let's go back to the HTTP lib, I think. C++, yeah. Is that what I was using? Yeah, that looks like it. Okay, so I opened up this CPP lib and I created a server and I did all of that. And I don't need SSL support though. As far as I'm aware, I don't. I mean, not for the demo. Just include I did include, and it's not compiling now. Why? Okay, there it is. Class, client, download, like, okay, I don't want to dig into that library, so if it doesn't work out of the box, it is goodbye for that code. Then source multicolor, web GUI, get rid of all the HTTP lib stuff, which means that's actually probably not the worst idea in the world. Keep that, we need that. But we don't need, we can just keep that there. We don't need all this server stuff because we're not using this. Okay, back to part 1, part 2, part 3. Okay, it's on 2. Where is it? We need a CPP, C++ HTTP server simple. I need a simple one. HTTP lib is okay. Crow. Ooh, yes, please. I like crows. And I think I have used this library. That's why I responded interestingly to it. Also, yeah, I've definitely used this. Based? How do I use it? Just import, getting started. Compile, okay, I can do that. Install. Oh no, what? I have to build it. It's not a header file. Crow sets, crow enable SSL. Okay, we can do this. Okay, so I think I'm fine using crow. I think crow is a cool library. It says header only, so why can't I just download it as a header file and use it that way? I mean, I think I certainly can do it that way. I'm just not super experienced with CMake lists. Jump to crow, C++. Let's see if it has a lib for it. It does not. No lib. Okay. And that is fine by me. So it did say there was a make from source. So I could actually do just a make install or use it as like a sub-project or something. Again, this is just for a demo. This isn't, I mean, I do think there needs to be an HTTP GUI for this. But for now, I can just do it this way. Where is this? Okay, do it here, I guess. I don't want to pull it here. CD HackMatrix. So I probably would do a submodule, but I just want to get it working, so I'm going to do a make and then a make install and then a sudo make install, and then I should be able to find it with cmake. So I'll tell Codex to just pretend like it's installed and give me the cmake that adds it. Okay, make, can't make it that way. Make beer bill, sudo merge ask asio. Yes, please. Let's take a look at that library, which is required for the crow package. It's probably handling the requests using an asynchronous pattern. It's not going to block. Async IO C++, I think is what it's called. Async IO C++ library to write concurrent code. Async awaits. Whoa, very nice. Tasks, co-return. Async IO run. Thread. So it returns a task. Or is a task. Okay, so it is a task. So that's a macro? Because it's not returning anything, it's a void. So that's probably a macro then. So it's a task, so co-return, that makes sense, that returns something. But it's an empty task and then it doesn't return anything, so I guess that makes sense. That's a task too though, it's an empty task. It's so strange. And maybe that just is void. Maybe that just is a macro that translates to void. Whatever it is, who cares? Who cares? Where are we? Ah, yes, installed. Well, let's go. Catch. Catch is a good library. That is for tests. Oh, crow. Let's make it, and then I can make install. Compiling on a beat. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Generate that CX executable. Example WebSocket. It's weird that it's generating an example. I just want the library. Call in on the beat, yeah. HackMatrix on the beat, yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. Oh, wow. HackMatrix on the beat, yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Zipping around on the HackMatrix, yeah. HackMatrix on the beat, yeah. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. You know, everyone sings and raps when you compile. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah. HackMatrix on the beat, yo. XKCD. Could you imagine if I were yelling in like a Manhattan studio apartment? Or even worse, if I had multiple people in my house and I had the type of lack of insulation in the house. They had to listen to me stream. It would be terrible. It would be awful. It actually would be terrible for them and me. I wouldn't be able to stream. Compiling. Making up rap songs, dog. Okay, carry on, dog. Get back to work, my employees. No, sir. It says, are you stealing those LCDs? Yeah, but I'm doing it while my code compiles. LCDs. I guess we still use LCDs. I would like to get a projector for HackMatrix, which I guess sort of defeats the point of a sort of sky crane for the laptop. If I get a projector, then it would probably serve the same purpose, but you probably don't really need to move a projector around. But then I would have a sky crane that I could use to I could set it up in a room and use it to, move things in the room, which would be kind of cool. I'd have to put like a picker arm or something on it, but I could repurpose it if I get a projector. I don't want to buy a projector right now, so I can make this with wood that I have. I might have to buy, I can make a crank box and a pulley box. I can do that with wood, or I could go get a motor with gears and go that route and make it automated. Just a giant robot arm that could squish me. Now, I'll probably keep the Theta degree of freedom fully manual, and so I can just swivel it myself, and then maybe have some motorized support to lower and raise this. A very slow, high torque gear system. I set it, take a 5-minute break, and then come back, and it's in the position it needs to be in. Maybe not. I like the idea of maybe manual ropes like a sailboat has. Okay, we're very close indeed. This is for Crow. And so I guess we can get to work on adding it, or understanding how Crow works. Crow route, very cool. You can create a simple app for /JSON, a simple app for a thing. I would like to render, I need to change the, the content type. Alright, so this is basic enough. So I can just yeet this, which is much more simple, into the, let's go to Kitty. And let's yeet this, into HackMatrix, source multiplayer web GUI. We already read the file, so here we get the body of the file. Okay, so we don't want it to read. We don't want it to read the file every time it loads. Maybe we do. I mean, that's how long does it take to open a file, read its contents, and then do the thing. So if I were to go that route, then it would just be this. Yeah, you could say it's a little inefficient. So read file returns what? A string. It'll probably return this. It doesn't actually tell me what it's supposed to return. It's probably auto return a C store. It's the thing with macros, you don't actually know. Let's do build make. Please work. Please work. Please work. Just compile, just do it. Oh gosh. Okay, so the reason it doesn't work, from what I understand, is include multiplayer web GUI. First off, we don't want that. Second off, we don't want this. So build make. So there's one problem with the design I created, besides the compilation errors. In namespace crows, maybe what I need, or maybe I didn't import crow. I didn't even install it. Because it is, or it was, still compiling. Sudo make install. Let's go. Okay. Web GUI. Okay, so we have. Where is it? Web GUI. We don't have that file yet. Oh, and then we also need to include crow. We can probably do it like that. That's probably how it's installed, is my guess. Crow. Include crow.h. Yeah, I could probably include it like crow.h. Probably works that way. And so at the very least I have the header file. And so this should fail in the linking stage then. That's the case, I think. But the other thing, ooh. I hope that copy paste works. If it doesn't, that's fine. Oops. Yeah, it does. Okay, it works across sessions. Dim sessions, that is. Okay. The reason I needed to do that is because the app itself needs to survive its constructor. Okay, so with luck, that will compile and work. And while that does not compile, why does it not compile? I'm going to do something really annoying. Which is So let's see if GPT gets this to work or not. Oh, my foot hurts. I get foot cramps. Let's go check out the chat, shall we? Asking questions at the moment. That's fine. Just doing a get diff. I don't know if it actually ran it. Oh, it did run make. I like that it's giving me an up-to-date report. Wow, okay. I don't think the CMake list changed. So I don't know if I trust it. Being honest, like I shouldn't have linked it. Bro. Whatever I'm sitting on right now, which is the pillow I had set up. I need to lower my level. Oh, I've been sitting with my back arched in a weird way, I think. I have like multiple levels to my sort of bench / coffee table throne thing that I sit on. It's like a meditation desk or box. I don't know what you call it. What am I doing here? Okay. Get diff CMake lists. This really weird. Maybe it's just not. Maybe it's not called, or like it never needs to link it. Hopefully it doesn't. Okay. Add the library to the CMake list. The text for Crow. This actually becomes a dependency for future users here. It breaks it if I push it. So maybe I need a new release branch. I suppose I could do that. New release branch. Add the library to the CMake list text for Crow. Okay. So it's going to do that. It already knows what the heck it's doing. We are getting multiplayer to work. Getting multiplayer to work. And we are live. We are live. We are live. HackMatrix. Beatboxing. New Linux distro. Let's go. Let's go. P2P player moving rapidly, side by side. Let's go and see what they are calling. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I should record this next time. Jamaica man. Jamaica man. Jamaica man. Beatboxing rap. Yeah. The talking. Okay. Let's see what that makes. It's gonna sound like something. Yeah, man. A beatboxing, man. Waiting for the background terminal to make it. Improve the documentation. I wanna sing to my GPT 5.4. Da 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 da. Prove the documentation and file name. Waiting for the background terminal to make. With Crow, the library of Crow. Let's construct an HTTP. Let's go. A server request, a server response, a server WebSockets maybe might get involved. No, that's too complex. We need just simple yo. The HackMatrix rap is ready to go. Did it? Okay, it did. Which one do you think is better? The green or the blue? Let's go with the green. Yeah. Yeah, beatboxing about HackMatrix. Beatboxing about the new Linux distro. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Side by side, let's go and see what they are calling. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. P2P. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. P2P player moving rapidly side by side. Let's go and see what they are calling. Yeah. Beatboxing about HackMatrix. Beatboxing about a new Linux distro. Let's go. P2P player moving rapidly side by side. Let's go and see what they are coding. Yeah. No. What is this? Does this have lyrics? Okay, it's just guitar stuff. That's pretty good. The cool thing is this AI music is stream worthy. You can just play it on your stream.
The compositor is the display. Server, we transfer the control of KAS. And if dead to the compositor, the wayland protocol.
Okay, so
and lets the client send the damage event directly to the compositor.
wow, it takes a long time to build this.
The kernel gets an event and sends it to the compositor. This is similar to the X case, which is great since we get to reuse all the input drivers in the kernel. The compositor looks through its scene graph to determine which window should receive the event. The scene graph corresponds to what's on screen, and the compositor understands the transformations that it may have applied to the elements in the scene graph. Thus, the compositor can pick the right window and transform the screen coordinates to window local coordinates by applying the inverse transformation. The types of transformation that can be applied to a window is only restricted to what the compositor can do, as long as it can compute the inverse transformation.
So what it's saying there is that as long as I can take the inverse matrix transformation, I can then apply that to my mouse and then transform the input into a mouse coordinate that's local to this window, meaning I can use it in VR. I can click here on this X and it will just X. I haven't utilized this feature because I did a direct port. X11 does not support that, but the jazzy Wayland protocol does. Just to get the lyric there about what the compositor can do. So let's listen to that again. This is documentation song, by the way. Okay, so it's
the compositor understands the transformations that it may have applied to the elements in the scene graph. Thus, the compositor can pick the right window and transform the screen coordinates to window local coordinates.
okay. So it's talking about submenus here, because the submenu can be created anywhere. So it has to do this like tree hierarchy passing.
Types of transformation that can be applied to a window is only restricted to what the compositor can do.
Yeah. So you can transform all the input and compute the inverse, and I could use the windows like this. I'm very excited to do that. It'll be one of the coolest features. I don't know if I can ship it with the distro that I'm releasing on the 15th, but it would be a really nice addition, wouldn't it? DDR for your fingers.
As in the X case, when the client receives the event, it updates the UI in response. But in the wayland case, the rendering happens in the client, and the client just sends a request to the compositor to indicate the region that was updated. The compositor. Collects damage requests from its clients and then recomposits the screen. The compositor can then directly issue an octal to schedule a page flip with KMS.
Why is the mGUI demo?
The kernel gets an event, sends it to the compositor. This is similar to the X case.
Oh, maybe these people don't like AI music.
Since we get to reuse all the
It's probably really annoying over the mic. Sorry guys, I spazzed out there with the music. It's just fun. Okay, so where were we? What were we just doing? Please get this to build. And what's that linker? Okay, so it's probably going to resolve those linker errors. So it can actually read the errors in the CMake cache. That's cool. I did not know it could do that. I got an adrenaline rush from doing the finger DDR and AI music dancing in HackMatrix. That was kind of fun. Oh, spaced out, bro. I just got so spaced out. No cap, dog. You gotta turn off the cap locks, bro. Like actually it was GG, dog. Let's see what it's doing. NM. Wow. We should take a look at that. What thou'st thou do, NM? List symbols. Very cool. CD generated. CD CMake files. Matrix here, like CD generated. Like, where is this stuff? I don't know where it puts the object files on it. CMake files matrix steer source mGUI. Okay, so it's in the source directory. It's not a real one. The linker error came from corrupt 0-byte object. What? How? Why? It's lame because I don't even use this anymore. I just need to remove that from the entire project. So does it just make now? Okay. Okay, so as far as I'm aware, that compiles an HTTP server into a two-person viewership. No, it compiles an HTTP server into the HackMatrix here. Let's go range it out. So go source. Multi-one GUI. Okay, so that file doesn't exist yet. swm.web.html. Welcome, help. H1, H12. Multiplayer HackMatrix. Okay, so I think it's an input element. And it might be self-closing. It's like type text or something, is that a thing? It's been so long since I've done this. And like you wrap that in like a p tag that says the so this is address, and then the put, and then this is a form. Method equals post. Route equals, I don't know if it's called route. Just do it to multiplayer. Button. I want to steal some slang from that Harry Potter thing. Oh, this will probably get my stream taken down. I don't really care though. No cap. Drip.
Where you go off on your own.
Where do I go, broski? This is just a normal train
Broski.
station.
You'll need to find platform 6, 7, then take the Maybach Express to Freeports. Come along now.
Drip waltz.
All you gotta do is run right at that wall and you'll end up where you need to be.
Type shit? Stay on guard!
On guard!
Owen Wilson.
Through the magic wall!
He wasn't. That was just a crackhead trying to steal your shit, okay?
Huh?
Okay. Did I get any vocab from that I wanted to use? Broski. No, it just destroyed any slang I had in my brain, bro. Oh God, bro. Rip waltz. Complete. I have no idea how they say finish. Let's go. Let's go. I'm not dripped out enough. Okay, so I should. I think I can do home colon Kubernetes, and that should work. And then what are we looking at? So this is what am I doing? What am I doing? Where am I at in this thing? Seriously, what am I doing? Bro, the files, all the files just made me lose all my context. It's like, what in the world was I working on before I just opened up the entire folder and saw the entire content? Okay. I just needed a folder jump. I needed a folder reference. I needed a pointer to a folder name. I needed like 3 letters. MULT. Or WEBG. Web GUI. That's what I'm doing. But the HTML will actually render. Multiplayer menu, got 2 text boxes, and let's go, which will send a post to whatever. Well, it sends it. Let's inspect. Mr. Inspector. Inspector Gadget. Okay, the network. So let's send the good old ASDEF port. So everyone knows that you can't send a string as a port, or as a port. I mean, it's going over as a string. It's sending a web GUI okay, so that's a HTML post. Oh, it's sending it. Okay, that makes sense. So usually you have a server that will respond, and so it gets its response. The website gets its header from the website, from the server, and the server is non-existent. It's some pseudo server. It's some pseudo server that just distributes web GUI because the file system gave me the ability to open the file. It's a pseudo server thing, so it's making a fake post request to this pseudo server that has .html named after it for some reason, which is fine. That's a weird URL. So at some point it will probably be something like hack. Let me increase this. So it'll be like hackrpg.com and delete. And let's go, and then I will return with if you connected or not. And then you'll be in the world of HackMatrix. It'll be that simple, at least for the demo. And that's basically what I had for the multiplayer in the MGUI GUI, which is what I'm making here. So. Okay, we need code to handle the post now, and we need to boot the server, which I think compiled. It should have compiled. So it's going to render the web GUI, and it's going to start then webgui.cpp. It's going to start localhost 7777 for the So I see this crow route. Got it. So we actually don't want to do that. We want to open it on port. We could probably do app.address as well. But it probably just hosts to localhost. So that's probably okay. Okay, I'm going to compile this and then restart the compositor while keeping the stream alive, and then we'll see if it works. Before I do that though, I don't think okay, this is just rendering the HTML, so it's just starting the server. And then when it dies, what happens? We have an app. Do I have to close the app? Does the crow route just kill it, or also, what is ChatGPT doing right now? It's kind of going crazy. Okay, it's saying that the build is fixed, so that's nice. Okay, so as far as the post is concerned, we can do the research for that now. This should be fairly simple. So we have a route, we have a route address. Hopefully this isn't just a, hopefully it does rest. I think it should. I should probably have post, right? Define your endpoint. Guides. I think I need a guide. JSON, routes, logging, multi-part. Wait, why not just have posts? Give me a post. That's all I want. Maybe it's in routes though. On God. In routes. Crow route. Method. That's what I want. Based, that's how I do it. Method patch. So it's just crow HTTP method post. Okay. Also, maybe it knows. Technically, it doesn't need to be a post. It can just be a get. Although, I think forms submitted as gets, there's like a weird thing with like HTML parameters or something. Man, it's so freaking nuanced. I hated having to learn all that stuff. After the patterns are all set, you just like, it's just CRUD after that. Okay, int A, int B, return. Okay, so that's not so bad. That's cool. So I can use that and maybe just do a post. So let's do that. Let's add a new route that takes 2 strings. Shall we? Then multiplayer web. Okay, so we just want another route here. Before the app starts, this is going to be multiplayer connect string. I'm worried about this particular string because that, to URL encode that is kind of a pain. And so I don't really want to try, actually. I'm not sure if this is adequate. You can't do it on the parameters as far as I'm aware unless we do some URL encoding stuff that just makes it complex. Handler. Okay, so my guess is that it's fairly simple to just get the body data. And so I probably just need to see the API reference. So I think it's probably on a request. I think that's what they told me. It said the entry point was. So let's see what it has. So we have a post, send data to whoever made this request, and return immediately. That's cool. Get body params in the QS form. Okay. Okay. Cool. So I think that's all I need to do. Just use this function on the request. Get body params. So let's try to go do that. Okay, so get body params, since that's a query string, so we're pretty far away if I'm going to do this manually. So we have a query string, and then we can, wow, I have to manually iterate through that. Okay, you know what? Let's just go ahead and keep this int for now. And let's just compile this. We're not getting that to work at the moment. I want to make sure that the server actually serves the HTML that we're trying to serve. Now is a good time to take a look at chat, I guess. We've got 3 people. I'm gonna need to refresh. It would be a shame if there were chat messages I'm not seeing for some reason. It's popped out or something. But nope. Looks like no new messages. Wonder how bad or good the audio is. How bad or good the audio is. Okay, I guess that's not so bad. Let's hear what the echo's like. Wonder how bad or good the audio is. Okay, I guess that's not so bad. Let's hear what the echo's like. Wonder how bad or good the audio is. Okay, I guess that's not so bad. Let's hear what the echo's like. Wonder how bad or good the audio is. Okay, I guess that's not so bad. Let's hear what the echo's like. Guys, I think I need to go rescue that. Guys, that is awful. I'm sorry to all 4 of you. Gosh, it sounds so bad. To be fair, it sounded terrible on my machine as well, so. I just thought of one of the books I read before deciding to work full-time on HackMatrix, which was Strange Loop, I'm a Strange Loop, and it talks about audio feedback like that. Missing library? Okay. We've already solved that. Okay, so when the stream doesn't crash accidentally, usually what I do is I will attempt to SSH into my AWS server so I can put a standby image layover thing. The problem is I have to log into AWS to do that, so we're just going to YOLO this. So I'm going to kill the stream, and then I'm going to restart the the HackMatrix, and we should get the new HackMatrix code. Whoops! Rewind. I just thought of an idea. So actually, this is a good idea. It's a great idea. History, grab matrix 319, boot that thing, which just got made, and so it should render. Here we are, submatrix. Everything seems to work just fine. And matrix, submatrix. But the thing that we want to do here is, oh gosh. That's funny. So actually the thing is that I would expect nested matrices to crash actually, because there would be a port bound, and then that bound port would die. It would, interfere unless there was a try-catch, which this code obviously doesn't have a try-catch. It's sloppy. Okay, so we have a port. Maybe I just randomly choose the port, but then I wouldn't know which port to use unless it just printed it to the standard out, and then I would be able to read it. It shouldn't go to a random port. It should just open on this, I think. Okay, I'll do what I was going to do, I think. Actually, okay, so it probably closed that port. If I just open up Chromium, I can go to localhost 7777. So this will actually break the nested HackMatrix, but only after I reboot again. And the reason for that is that it will start on the main HackMatrix, the port 7777, for the HTTP server. Okay, so the HTTP server should be booted now. And if it's not, if I don't see it, then I don't see it in any logs. Oh, yeah, where's the code for this? There it is. So the web GUI is not even initialized. So we just need to initialize it. So what is the variable or the values it takes? It just takes an engine. Okay, so vim source engine. Okay, and so now we are going to include multiplayer. I believe that's multiplayer. And then this is going to be web GUI.h. I believe that's right. And then we're just going to, where do we create this? So it has an engine. It creates the HTTP server. It doesn't do very much with it. could probably just do it right here. So auto web engine web multiplayer GUI. Multiplayer GUI is equal to gets sets web GUI of this city build make. Let's see if that breaks. Does it break or does it not break? Does it not break? It should not break. Please don't break. But it says the web player is not in the current namespace. And that is because the namespace is multiplayer make our city build make. Okay, so that shouldn't take too long to make. It's just remaking the engine without the header file. Wow. A triple texting nukem. I forgot what it's called. In PHP, a double colon is known by its Israeli name or Hebrew name. Double colon PHP. Nekudoteum. Double colon. There is a particular error in PHP that gives you this weird word, and you're like, what the F is that? I like to make the HackMatrix engine. I like to use C make, except cding into the build. I like to make the HackMatrix engine with C make and auto detect for the headers and libraries. I like to make the HackMatrix library. And start that and reboot it. And here we go. Okay. What the fuck is happening? Why did it lock? Oh my gosh, dude. Does that block? It started with 16 threads. Dude, that crow thing probably blocks. Everyone dropped because of my singing. Come on, guys. Come on. Don't be that mean. So the code blocks. That's why HackMatrix here did not launch. It's blocked. I can't even force quit it. It doesn't listen. It doesn't respond. I can only do that. Goodbye. std thread. Okay, so that should unblock. And did it leave a server up and running? It did not. Good. So looks like everything's closing like it should. What is it? Oh, okay. So that was, I forgot to bring the object in scope. I could have, I think, maybe fixed that if I just passed in an actual object function, and maybe you also, I can't remember, but it may be that I have to pass in this pointer or something as well. That may just be in C. The C++ threading is actually pretty nice. But I had to bring this pointer into scope. Stream is good. Spawn that baby, and does it block? Doesn't block, does block. Oh my god, what? Why? No, this is okay. This is totally okay. So let's do, I just want to GDB this, and so we can see why it fails. Go ahead and run, I'll do the same thing. Spawn it behind, and we got a Sigabort, and we're going to do a BT. Of course, it's in the web GUI line 40. Why though? What is it doing? Engine, make unique, handle output frame, web GUI, in the thread called by terminate. The thread is interesting. Okay, so it doesn't preserve the thread for the GUI. What are we doing here? We're adding a std thread, server thread. There we go, and we need to include thread. Server thread is equal to this thread now. So that just lives in our web GUI. And so now that should remain open, I believe. BT was maybe because the thread was terminating. Excuse me. Upside down backwards hacker mode. Invert your screen if you're pro enough. Don't do that. Hackers love playing pranks on people, maybe. You know, it's funny that I hyperstitioned myself into being a hacker. So I just basically called myself a hacker all the time. And my brother would make fun of me because I was a web developer working for a consulting company and doing consulting for Bayer Corporation and Monsanto. And I tell my brother I'm a hacker, and he doesn't understand what a hacker means in the MIT sense. But I was a hacker in the MIT sense. But I built HackMatrix after working for a financial startup, after the consulting startup. And then the HackMatrix project helped to get me the AWS actual hacker job, which gave me my code runs as root on millions of AWS servers, basically. Lead pwned hacker, bro. No, I basically just hyperstitioned myself into hacker mode. Into a hacker. So, words are very powerful. Manifestations can happen via one's words. Okay, so this built, and so hopefully that just runs like it's supposed to. I don't know if I was running it from that yet. So let's go ahead and kill that process. Oh, come on. Why is it dead? Okay. So we are going to try it again without GDB this time. Oh gosh. Bad file descriptor? What is the bad file descriptor? Bad file descriptor, read file. I didn't visit that, so what is it? What is the bad file descriptor? Failed to close acceptor, closing acceptor. It crashed though. Segmentation fault. Right, let's see what's going on. So it's going to be tseg fault. Okay, so it's still inside the depth of the thread of the web GUI. I wonder why that is. I wonder why that thread dies. Could have sworn that thing was blocking. Maybe it's blocking in a way I don't understand, like in the destructor. That would be weird. Oh, I see. My web GUI is on the stack. That's the only way that gets called in that. Web GUI on the stack no longer. Okay. Do I need a shared pointer for it? separate these. Let's see. Oh jeez. Oh jeez, Rick. Web multiplayer GUI. Huh, I guess I'll just call it Web GUI. I mean, that's what it's getting set to. Okay, it doesn't even need to be named anything exactly. It doesn't get used. It just doesn't need to be named anything exact. It doesn't get used. It just has to exist on the stack or on the heap, so it doesn't die in the initialization function when it exits. I need a better mic so I can do like ASMR videos, because seriously, I'm not going to raise my voice when it's this dark outside, basically, when it's nighttime, when it's late. I used to have a microphone that went right over my face, and I could crank the volume up and it would have the appropriate like distribution of volume based off of distance to my mouth, so the keyboard would not be as loud, and the music I could sort of place away from my face, and my voice would, you know, ring through. I don't have that headset anymore, so maybe I should go buy a new one. That would be interesting. Let's go check out chat, see if there's anything in the chat. Chat says nothing. Chat says nothing. Oh boy. Oh boy. So it's like moments like this that I wish I had a hotkey that would directly, I wish I had a hotkey that would directly render or open an HTOP, or any app, but HTOP. And so I would like to be able to have this sort of orientation and then press a key and it just like right here opens up HTOP. I think that would be really cool. Not positioned, just directly rendered. Okay, so because I changed the engine.h right here, it has to rebuild literally all of these object files, because a lot of things depend on the engine. My dependency graph is not great. My dependency graph is actually kind of sloppy. Usually you create interfaces and your higher level things like do this like inverted dependency pointer thing, where you only point to interfaces, so that way you can have one direction dependency graph. HackMatrix has not done that. HackMatrix has been somewhat sloppy, but I do try to keep the dependency graph in one direction. Just sometimes it doesn't work that way. Okay, so let's try that again. Okay, it opens up. Please, 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 please. Yes, yes. All right. So we have HackMatrix, I could open up a browser. I think it would open it actually in here. Although, can I open Firefox? Yes. Does it open here? No. Yes, it does. Does it actually open? Is it borked? Is it going to crash? Looks like it's going to crash. What the F? Just what is happening? Bruh, that's cursed. Let's get rid of the cursed window here for a second. Oh my gosh, it takes forever for this Wayland compositor to shut down. Bruh, I just want the compositor to shut down. What in the world? Bro, I think Firefox just like borked, absolutely borked the compositor. Bro, I wonder if I kill this of it. Yeah, let's kill the matrix. Kill the matrix. We have too many matrices. Hopefully it's still, okay, it is. It's still in my history there. Okay, so all of this not to play around in the nested matrix, but to open up a browser. Where is it? In localhost. The webgui.html. That's the file version though. We want the localhost. Everyone go to localhost. What is it, leet? I think I actually put it at 77777. Well, that's different. It's not a. Maybe it couldn't find the file. What is its problem? Why did it not respond? Let's see what happened. It did return a response. Okay, so it's literally a thing. It's a thing for sure. And so that's a response that it's just getting that back. It's getting an empty document that Crow mass. Yeah, it says it's getting it from Crow. From Crow. So let's see why that's broken. So it should just be reading this file, but if not the file, then it returns this. So let's return HTML body p hello world hello error not find file. Okay, so my guess is that it's rendering this local. It's starting this local to, like, this file path is local to the root. So it's probably not even finding this file path. I probably have to search for this in source. And maybe I should actually just change that. So this would be source multiplayer and would-be. So I'll go ahead and just rebuild that. And we also get the error for free now, I think. I forgot what I just did with that error. Okay. Wow, this is nice. This is 3 hours of streaming thus far. I'm happy with that. Okay, so we are waiting for the compilation to finish. So that way I'm going to crash that. I'm going to kill that. I might have to sort of break that as well. Where's the compilation happening at? Okay, 100% built. We can just go ahead and kill that matrix, and I can open up a new kitty, and then I can launch the matrix again. Should start a server. It's not complaining. Says the crow server has started. Crow master is running. And the base keeps running, running, and running, running, and running, running, and running. Okay, so it loaded. There we go. And so we're gonna send as diff in 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. 4, 5, not allowed. Okay, so if I kill it here, it's still alive. Oh, I know I can kill it this way, I think. Yeah, I think that exited relatively cleanly. I don't. Okay, so let's open source multiplayer web GUI.cpp. Okay, so we have multiplayer connect. So the problem is that I would have to URL encode. I would have to use JavaScript likely. Maybe not. Maybe not actually. I think I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of this. Because this is just going to return the string of 42. Connecting, brother. Connecting. There we go. So that will just verify that the HTML is where we want it to. .html. It's no longer multiplayer. It's multiplayer connect. I believe. Let's go back to that. Multiplayer connect. Yeah. There we are. Okay, we'll go and remake this. I need to get up, get some more flour real quick. I'll be right back. Stretch my legs. Ooh, wow, I just fell a lot further than I thought I would. The greener the bud, the farther the fall. Okay, so I am going to now rerun. I guess this isn't one that I'm going to put this down, and I have to go and down here and reboot this, and then I need to come all the way over here and go down to the menu, and I need to go and Let's go. 405. That's interesting. Is the so it's saying that it's trying to do a post, and the method is a get, a gotcha. Okay, so let's just do a getty. You don't have to remake for an HTML file change. Refresh. Oh, dang, man. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. Oh, what? Dang, man. Okay, so is that actually going to actually post? Like, it's not going to post, obviously. So it's doing a get with inputs and a button, and it's a form. Okay, so it's been a while since I've written a raw HTML. So apparently it's probably not going to load the response if I do a button submit form get method, which is kind of, I guess, to be expected. Which means that we actually have to change this. We have to change this. We have a crow route app. And so I have to figure out how to modify the macro that bind address port. Okay, I think I can do it there, but what was I doing? Simple app. Was it not binding properly? I have to get I need the route. I need the route to be the body. Maybe it's in JSON. Definitely not in JSON. It's not in query strings. Fine, I'll go into the API reference again. I'll go here. I'll go into, I think it was request. Really, I need to see the macro. Maybe I can do it in the app itself. Okay, let's just ask chat. In crow HTTP, how do I use the macro for a post request, and how do I get the body? Okay. That's kind of based. Grab that little segment right there and throw it into this little area here. What am I doing here? So I think it said that I can use methods. I hope it's right about that. And now I can do return request queue dot body string. What? Request dot body. Works for raw text, JSON. How does it get encoded? Maybe it's just URL encoded. Yeah, I think it's URL encoded. So it's just a query parameter like this. Let's just verify that it connects. This is taking forever to just code a server, but it's a C++ server for HTML. It's taking forever to just do a website, a simple website to replicate MGUI, but it needs to be built because I don't want to use ZMQ. No, I don't want to use that ZMQ API. That's more meant for scripting things in Python or JSON or actually JavaScript. There's no JSON language. Boom, 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 boom. The HackMatrix been built. It's been built, it's been built. We're here and I'm gonna run it. But not until I kill it safely. Oh, it died safely, and now I'm gonna go and run it again. And the girl, and the girl, and the girl seems to load, and I'm gonna go as different 1, 2, 3, 4, and let's go method not allowed. I think I left it in web GUI HTML. I think I left it in the get form. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. So why is it not working? Multiplayer connect methods post connect. I think that would work. Multiplayer connect method post not allowed. Maybe it's not method. Maybe it's maybe its form is incorrect or something. HTML form post. Let me just make sure that I'm kind of retarded sometimes. So there's an action. It's called action. It's called action. Not route, it's action, dog. Action. It has to highlight green. It must be green. Does route highlight green? One says to oneself, I say to myself, no. Because it's action. Which actually means that I don't have to recompile. Although I don't want to resubmit the form, I just want to go backwards. And then I can resubmit it. Not allowed. Oh my gosh. Maybe I have to hard refresh. Oh, it worked. Based. Okay, so that's just a dummy response. But we are very close. We're very close to doing the thing we wanted to do. So this can now receive our connection input. Oh my gosh, I just dropped my meditation pillow on a lamp. It made a lot of noise and fell over quite a bit. Okay, one moment. We are going to take a brief break now that we got that connecting thing working. I'm pretty tired. Yeah.sh, Vim, yeah.sh. Yeah, I'm pretty tired. Let's do a meditation. That's not what I wanted. Let's do a star.py. Cat stream timed message. Yeah, let's do that. Stream timed message. Okay, after 5 lines, the break will be over. I'm taking a break. Count your sheep or cows. We're taking a break. Gotta go do some breaky things. Break, dance, and break your leg. Please don't. That's an acting expression. And this pain in my throat means that I'm kidding. Seriously, I'm just kidding. The set master, please don't break a leg. You didn't think that this would be Linux musical, but you were dead fucking wrong. Dead fucking wrong, motherfucker. Dead fucking wrong. We're living in the Linux musical era. That's what HackMatrix is for. You wanna make a play, you wanna make a production. Do it virtually in hackerspace. Let's go. Let's fucking go. You know that music producers use computers. That means a computer is the platform, the medium, the thing that you go into, beat into. Boom, 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 MIDI controller you go. That means that operating system matters. When you know you want to make a beat. That's why the HackMatrix is neat for making music and musicals of the Linux distro. Break it down, dog. Break is almost over. Almost over. Does anybody in chat have anything to say to me right now? Are you mad? Are you angry? Just kidding. That was literally just a joke. But do you have any questions? Those come quite often. Da 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 da. The HackMatrix mural is being painted in purple. It's just because I got one only color. I need more color. I had like 5 colors of crayon. It was like red, blue, green, purple paint. Just red, blue, green, yellow, which did not show on the mural. But I really like buying purple paint, especially acrylic. But I need to buy green, I think. Maybe green lights. Green neon lights. The color of the column at Gen 2 there. You guys thought this was HackMatrix. Nah, dog. This is HackMatrix. Rap. It's a distro tailored specifically to digitally mixing rap music. Welcome to the HackMatrix, dog. Welcome to the HackMatrix. We're gonna HackMatrix. We're gonna sack on your mouse matrix because you're using a cedar plank matrix. Dog. Okay, so for some reason the post request is still not working the way that I want to. Kubernetes cd HackMatrix, cd HackMatrix. Excuse me. Okay, so I got the connecting working, which means that I just need to get the query outside of the request here. So the way to do that would be to not check chat, but guess what? It makes the LLM smarter to loop because each new agent level in the loop is another level of reasoning, both pre-reasoning and post in one step. I am way too high to understand what you're saying. Adam Rushford, you should automate the sequence. Is that a sideways world in a box? Neat. Yeah, so this is actually the cave. Welcome to the cave, if this is what you're talking about. Inside the low resolution cave. I thought you were here for this, Adam. I thought I already demoed this. You have the temple. The temple. You have the trees. The trees. You have the moss. The moss. We are in... Here, let's go to the moss side real quick. Imagine yourself pondering in the moss section at the temple and the trees and the ocean front and eventually bridges. And there will be a city over here. And now, for the high resolution zip. The temple, the trees, the ocean, and eventually a bridge to the city of HackMatrix, or I think Marble Pulse City was the name that GPT gave it or something. This is a break. It's better. It's better content, like halftime show. Yeah. Comported Box says my Ashy Linux Mac. When I saw a showrunner ad, it said, "No, I'm doing a kernel panic in 10 seconds." Okay. I'm not sure what a showrunner ad is, but I'm sure it did kernel panic. Okay. So the request. So I think that is probably just URL request body. So I think I can do URL post request input. I think just params from a form in Pro C++. Form input from a post, a straightforward, 2 different cases. No, yeah, I think that's what we're doing. Yes, URL form encoded. URL encoded. So we get the params from the request body, and then we get the data, and then we return the data based. Okay, so we do this here. So we have our nice request, and we want the host, port, host, return, let's do std string ss. I think I can add plus. I think I can do plus equals. I can also probably type it in. Connecting to dot dot. We'll do. I could use printf or sprintf. Maybe it's actually better to use. I think I like sprintf. The only problem with sprintf is I have to give it a. I think I have to give sprintf a pointer to some memory space. That's why they have these string streams. But I think it is just a stream, so I think I just do that. Connecting to host. Flop that onto that side. This and port. And then finally that, and so I went to endl. What was I doing? I was printing this. I was returning this. I don't need to endl. ss.toString, I believe. And let's return that. Okay, well, with luck. With luck that builds, or with, I guess, no errors that builds. There is some luck to it. I'm not going to get into the metaphysics of luck, although my father, I believe, who told me that luck did not exist, but who is heavily invested into the idea of God, very surprisingly, did not put 2 and 2 together and come to the conclusion that God actually creates luck. Or maybe he did. I'm not exactly sure what his thinking was, but I vaguely remember, or actually very strongly remember, in Star Wars, where Luke puts on the mask and starts talking about luck and using the Force. My father was like, that doesn't exist. And I'm like, okay, well, no, it actually does. And that's kind of what we call God. So, good one. You sort of messed that up. Yeah. We are compiling the thing, and it didn't work because of the string stream. Tell me about the arcane science of the string stream. How does one use such magic? gonna treat me like a baby because I just did that, but that's fine. Oh, you know what? I think maybe that exists, the SOS. Oh, dot. Stir. Dot. Source, I think that's toString, not a thing. It has a good ring, but it's not what we need. Stir. Make. We shall start. That's the coding shell. This is the don't want to quit there shell. This is the we must quit HackMatrix from its control site and then launch it. Hello form, my dear friend. I need to hard reset again. It's as if in the address bar. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 for the port. And let's go. We're connecting to just open bracket. What happened? I don't know, but we need to fix it. Hello, darkness, my old friend. We're back in Vim once again. We must fix these errors. In the string stream, what is there? It's very strange that that did not work. Very strange. Maybe I don't know how to use a string stream. But that's how you use it. I think that's how you use it. Yeah, that's how you use it. So why doesn't it not work? Maybe it doesn't have host and port? That's what I named those, right? Host, port. Maybe it just didn't compile with the new stuff? It definitely should have. This is very sus. I'll remake. Let's see what happens. I guess I need to check the variable names in the HTML file. It's the name equals host. Name equals port. And we can call this host. Host is a much better name for such things as hosts. Okay, so I think that resolves both issues. So let's see if it's finished. It's compilation. Come down here and as diff once again. 1, 2, 3, 4, my old friend. It's still not working, I don't know why. Let's see if debug logs tell why. Oh geez. Kind of messed up by adding a ton of pointer motion to it. Why can't I click on this? Only scroll. So just had a request to the multiplayer connect. I got a response. And it's returning the request. It's not returning the. It's not getting the host and the port like I want it to, but it's compiling correctly. Or maybe it's not the. Maybe it's the string stream that's not working the way it's supposed to. Or maybe I'm not understanding how getting those things is supposed to work. I don't think it's like printing something very strange when it's like it doesn't return the entire thing. Maybe it's a rendering problem. There's so many things that can go wrong with the HTML. Like that could just be like not escaped stuff, and that's not rendering properly or something. Let's look at the network and maybe do a refresh on this. Connect. Okay, that was trying to do a get on it. Let's look at the the host, the ports, the payload to the connect, the preview. That's literally it. It's literally that. So that's not ideal. It should be that. So I can't verify that the let's try std2 string. Actually, the host should already be toString. It should be what a parameter is. I don't know what the auto is there actually. So maybe we can find that out closer up here. So we have this get, and then we have the. Okay, so it's username or username empty. Oh. No, I think I added that. It wouldn't have compiled if I didn't add that. Yeah. So we've got the params, query params, and then we do the fetching of the params, and then it just does nothing after that. Oh, okay. Yeah. So let's return the host, which should be a string. Let's see what that does. And if that compiles, then I would call that good, and I'm going to ignore the printing stuff and then make an actual connection to the server, which is the entire reason why we're building this little HTTP server to begin with. We want to make a connection to the multiplayer server. Dude, Adam, you're kind of a dick, dude. Like, I deleted one of your comments, from the live stream. You know, you're a pretty insulting guy, actually. So I've come across. Adam says we need a Discord. I have a Discord. I would probably ban you from it, to be honest. If you act like a douche like you are on stream, I would ban you from it. It's a pretty chill Discord. Good chill. You can be chill on it. A lot of it's me, but there are people that interact, a few of them. We got someone who loaded a game and had the, I guess, open source version. Okay, so let's go back to the compilation here, and let's see what's going on with the compilation. It has completed. So we need to kill this window, so it goes away, and then we can rerun the newly compiled binary and zip all the way back, and then zip into the spot, and then do a hard refresh as the from the host 154 on the port. Let's go. That's something different. He has crashed. An exception. Construction from null is not valid. Okay, so that's something. Construction from null is not valid. Okay, so that's, I don't know what params represent, but it's a sort of null value. Which sort of begs the question, why are my values null? Is this port? Let me just slow that down a bit. So let's go back. When I look at the elements here, I look at the form. Yeah, we've got maybe name's not correct. I'll just yeet this at GPT, we'll see what happens. I guess I have to grab this source. So I'll grab that. Run that over to GPT. Yes, okay. And then we'll grab the source here. Sometimes I fix bugs myself, but if an AI can also help, then why not? We did our 500 where host doesn't host is null. Even though the form has host, that gives you thing. Damn, my sappy plank board of cedar that I'm using as my sort of desk mobile mouse pad / keyboard pad that I can set on my lap. It's just sticky as heck. No, I don't care if it's doing this the hard way. I want it. You did write the right route, so I'd write the route like this. Now you did write the route. Basically, write the route. That's fine. You can write the route the way that you think you should write the route. I can just copy it, paste it once more. Let's make sure that this is set up correctly. I think it is. Let's see. Which key is sticky, or is it one of my fingers? I think it's my pinky. I think my pinky got. Oh, I can see the sap on it. Okay, and then we will make tree. The green on the tree and the brown of the trunk. The purple of the road and the 4% of the build. We go to the stem, the nested compositor, we close it. You open it. We don't have to build it again. Hopefully we can use it here. Refresh as diff. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. Hey, it worked. That's it. We got it. I hope I'm not being too loud with my neighbors. It's 2:55. Could get pretty upset if they hear me singing very loudly. Luckily I have a house on moderately sized property, I suppose. Cougar logos in the HackMatrix build. Singing on the string down below I go, and the trees below winding on my show of Linux distro. Okay, so now what needs to happen is I need to okay, so we don't need to just return a response. We actually need to try to connect to the server. So we don't need to handle that in the GUI. We already have stuff set up for that. And so the place where we grab all of that will be in the HackMatrix repository, because I deleted. Actually, it could be a source file. Actually, it might be easier to grab in the alternative source file. So the way that I created the what is it? The GUI, the web GUI, is I copied the GUI. So there are some things in the GUI.cpp that might work, or that are needed for the web GUI. Specifically, we want to attempt this. Connect as client. Client make shared client. Get registry. Engine register client. client connect address and port, which we will change to host and port. And we need to import this from what is a client? Multiplayer client, that's what a client is, okay. So we are going to do that before we return. So what does this do? It's making a client. What is it? Okay, so it needs a client. Why does it need a client? Why does it? So it opens this client and it registers the client and then it connects the client. Okay, so the engine has the client. I don't need to do anything. I've made the shared pointer. I gave it to the engine. It's going to handle it. So this client thing, I'm not sure what it is. I mean, I did make it, but let us see. Is connected. It's a proper good function, mate. It's a proper good function. Is connected, I believe was the name. Hack. Probably won't be able to handle the tokens. Why yes, it is connected in the client. So that would be multiplayer client. We have a client, and then we'll do is connected. But we actually, I think I've already made the client. So we have a client, and we make the client, and then we connect the client, and then if client is connected, then we will do something and not do something. Okay, so we just want two strings, but not like that. Like this. Like that. Just like that. Okay. The indentation here is absolutely cursed. Connected to failed to connect to. Yeah, so it makes a new client. It attempts to register the client and connect it. If it fails, it fails. And c'est la vie, whatever happens to the client, I guess. Maybe it just gets yeeted out into space. The engine, I think, keeps a record of it, maybe. I'm not sure what happens to it. Regardless, I can build this and then run it in the nested compositor mode. Client is connected. Client. Okay, that's a function, I think. then include multiplier client is connected client. That should work. It didn't, I don't know why. Invalid use of non-static member. This is not captured inside of the lambda function. Yeah, I had problems seeing where the lambda function was. Got it. But the client. But the client. It's right here. Maybe it's trying to access the address in the port. The address is not what we want. It's host in port. That's what it was complaining about, I think. Address in port. No, it's host in port. And then you have a client already created, and so you should be able to call. What is going on? Okay, so there is no engine, and maybe that's the point it's making. And hopefully I can point at this. Because it does need access to the engine. So let's see if this it grabs, because that is a macro, so it's a bit opaque. Is the this the this that we this? Is the this the this? Is the this the this that we want for this? Is the this that we want for this, or I must this the this that I created for this? The port is a char star for this. Engine a star for this. Client connect with the char star. Client connect with the import. Bool connect with the import. Char star connect with the import. What do we need here? I know we need an integer conversion function from a char star. How do I do that from a char star? ATOI, I think? Char star. Convert to null terminated string to int. Data. I like the flower version here. Char star. That's a char star. Convert a char star into an int. I think this is the one I want. Into an int. Into an int. ATOI. Into an int. Frankly, I don't know what the types are, actually, after all of my yapping. It does say that's a char star, but is it expecting a char star? Okay, so it is actually a char star. This would be line 52. ATOI of the port. What is the header? std lib, standard lib. Frankly, I should already have standard lib included here, but it's possible I don't. Build, succeed. You can do it. There's a song by Caribou called You Can Do It, and it just repeats, you can do it, 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 you can do it. And it's sort of hypnotizing, it's brainwashing. It's like magically enchanting yourself to be successful in your endeavor to do whatever it is that you can do. You can do it. You can do it. Okay, so I want to open this on line 50. Engine is not captured. I thought that's what the this was supposed to do. Maybe it's the wrong this. Maybe it's the this in the this file, the engine. I suppose that's fine there. I guess I can capture this and the engine. This is a bit upsetting. Why is this not working the way I want it to? Maybe I can just capture the engine and it just works. I get the feeling it's going to complain again about something. Lambda has no capture default, non-static, this, client, 55. Okay, so the client comes from this. What does the engine come from then? The engine. So the engine should come from this too. But why does the engine not come from this? Why does it complain that the engine doesn't exist? So the client comes from this. Why not the engine? What's wrong? Is that really what I'm expected to believe here? That this captured for the lambda function. That's the wrong one. That's the. It's not for the client. It's for the the engine. Why is it doing this? The engine is not captured. It's like, I don't know, it kind of is. That's what this is for. And you can explicitly see that the engine, okay, so the engine's actually not in this. So I do have to pass the engine in. So that would be engine star engine. Let's do that. Engine star engine, I think I can just pass the engine in. I think that works. I think that's how that works. Is that how that works? So I'm passing this and the engine in. Because the engine is a parameter. And this is the object. Both must be passed. Engine is not captured. Whoa. Did it not read my... I thought I... Oh, okay. How silly. Put it in the thread. Make the file, make the file, make the matrix file. Make the MMO, make the MMO, make the HackMatrix MMO. The Marble Pulse City getting on the brain, driving through New York City. It's pretty tame, the words that come out of your mouth. It's pretty tame, yo. Rapping good while we're in the hood of compiling and just waiting for the stuff to happen, dog. I love how it goes from 6% to 100%. Okay, let's try this. Let's see what happens. So we bind the matrix. We actually just start the matrix, and we go up to the thingy here, and then we try to make a connection, and that's a good sign. It's a great sign. So that the server isn't up, so it's probably going to, yeah, there it is. Perfect. Good. So that's exactly what we want. So that is successfully making, I believe, a request to the using ENTT. It's making a request to an ENTT server on a fake path. And that ENTT server just needs to be stood up somewhere, and it will work. Which means I just need to open up a terminal and run the server. The connection thing works now. We're basically there. So let's do that. So to make that we just need to stand the server up. Oh no. Okay, I thought I messed something up. I kind of did. In HackMatrix, if you scroll, well, in the Wayland version, if you scroll your wheel after focusing like a browser window, it will loses, I think, mouse focus, and it leaves you in the paralyzed mode, basically. Your keys press works, but you have focused into a window, and so you have this goofy mouse thing, but you can't move like this. You can't change your angle. It's a bad place to be. You don't want to be there. Okay, connection to the server. So this is, I think, a fairly simple process. So I'll go ahead and close this. So we know that this connection process works. So there's not much left, but we need to inspect the boot server from source multiplayer boot server. 1234 is the natural server boot. And this would be, I believe, localhost, or it opens it to 0000, which is fine. The thing is that the boot server multiplayer, I'm not sure if it actually builds it. I'm not sure when the last time I've used okay, so before I start doing codec stuff, let's do a git diff, a git status. CMake lists, include, and source. And multiplayer include. RM include HTTP lib. We don't need that anymore, I believe. So there's a problem. From this point on, I think I want to fork a branch called distro. Go check out the distro. There we go. I don't want to push the I certainly don't want to push the crow changes. Oh gosh, app crow and source. That's what I mean, those crow changes in the web GUI. Because that required me manually building ls crow and then installing it, sudo make install. Not ideal. So that has to be packaged in a way that works for the distro. But anyways, we want to get at source include and get status. Okay, so this is add the multiplayer menu to the web. For web. Okay, it's gonna tell me I don't have an upstream, and that is okay, so I'll paste. There we are. Okay. So the next question is, how do we fix or get the server working the way we want it? We need it to build first. Now, one workaround hack is I could download the make file that I used previously to build the boot server. But I think what I'll do is, instead of downloading it, I will go to HackMatrix, and we'll go to, let's go to VoxelWork. I think that will probably have maybe decent multiplayer. 4 months ago, I think that's okay ago, I suppose. And so I'm going to copy the raw file. I'm going to move over to Codex. We're going to do this work in Codex. So I'm going to say that. And then I'm going to say boot server is not in the migrated CMake build file. We need to add boot server executable to CMake list.txt. Add that and make sure it builds. If you have any questions about the actual source code of boot server, ask me. Let's see how well it does with that. I did that messed up mouse scroll thing. Is this the only chat window I have? It's a little small. Okay. Your engine makes me have security concerns. Don't care. Major security concerns. Don't care, dude. You are my Wi-Fi, bro. Don't care. Also makes me want to give up life and live in there forever. Surrender to the digital gods. Don't believe in such. I mean, I believe in infinite intelligence. Comported box is amazing, says Kalse F Tux High. What does the tux look like? Based. Thank you, box. Imported box. Without even talking about why. Yeah, okay. I'm clearly aware of the tone that you have been taking on the comments on my streams. I mean, if that's what you're saying. You're just like a super negative person, dude. Like I don't know what else to say, man. So it's not something I'm gonna deal with, you know. So you're dealing with someone who has I have done a lot of stuff that sort of makes one just not give a shit about judgment. Like, dude, I've moved to New York City and I've like lived there homeless. Worked on a project while doing that. Sold a search engine to Jordan B. Peterson because of that adventure. Moved into a robotics factory owned by Alexis Ohanian's cousin. I just don't deal with negative people. I mean, I think my religious views make me, or don't make me, but give me understanding and forgiveness and delaying judgment and ignoring or sort of overpowering fear. But like when people are just dishing out judgment just to do it, and you can, or I can, you know, see where it's coming from karmically, you know, it's not really, like at some point I'm just going to ignore it. It's basically it. Delete comments or just not even interact. It's just the way it's going to be. So just giving you the heads up. It's okay, so we are, where are we? So we were compiling, GPT was building boot server, which is going to start on 1234, I believe, localhost. So shouldn't it have, yeah, is the boot server. Where does it compile to? Oh, it's in tools, LS tools. Yeah, okay. Okay, so the server is booted on localhost. And so now if I go down here and start the matrix in a nested app compositor, which starts the, so it starts an HTTP server, which I'm not going to replay the connection to. In fact, I'm going to restart this and type 127.0.0.1, I believe. Or I probably could use localhost 1234. Let's go. It connected. It connected, guys. It connected. So that was this broskies. So there is, where's that server? Where is the boot server? Where have you gone, my boot server? Okay, so this is it. So this is running the server. So now what needs to happen is this is loading on 7777. I can't close that, it's connected. So what I have to do just for this demonstration is I have to open up another terminal and edit the source code. Actually just edit the source code in the what is that? What is 7777? That's the web GUI actually. And we'll change that to 8 now. And so we'll go ahead and go into the build and make. And so we'll get a second instance of the HackMatrix set up here. So we have the first instance, and we'll have the second instance, and it will have its own menu server that gets created once this builds. Okay. So the matrix is created with the new multiplayer server. Basically just a port. So that will be done dynamically. But let's put one side by side here. So let's pop that over there and let's drop it here. And then it's probably going to open to the left. So that wouldn't have mirrored it like the way that I wanted it to. So I'm in HackMatrix and I'm just going to, should be able to just load that again with the new, okay, so that's going to complain with the ZMQ error. It's totally okay, that makes sense. So let's do 5, 7, doesn't matter, we're not using ZMQ right now, just boot. Okay. So we have this one connected, and so now we want to open the localhost 8 version. And so this also connects to 127.0.0.1 and 1.2.3.4, and that will connect. Cool, we have 2 connected via the server, and look at that, guys. Look at that. So that is a multiplayer, and I can prove it. So let me go zip off into the, let's zip off into the thing here. And let's move over to the other multiplayer. And we say, oh, he has joined the multiplayer. Okay. Hello, my multiplayer friend. And now I'll go to the other multiplayer. And oh my gosh, hello my multiplayer friend. We are now in a Linux MMO. Holy shit. And now I can say, hello kitty term. Check out my NeoFetch. And they'll go, oh my gosh, the stats on your machine are amazing. And over in this term, they'll go, wait a minute, I don't see your NeoFetch, where did that go? And it's like, where did the NeoFetch go, sir? Where did it go? And it's like, well, we don't have screen sharing for terminals yet, but we will at some point. P2P style. And then of course this HackMatrix not possessing the newest binary compiled for the multiplayer HackMatrix will not be able to actually connect because we need a separate engine GUI for it. But there you go. That is multiplayer HackMatrix in a stream. that's all I wanted to do. I'm actually kind of surprised I was able to do it in a single stream like I did. Dude, I have... Anyways, let's take a look. Stream success. Working on got, so I'm going to rename it now to got multiplayer working again after Wayland port. Let's effing go. Alright, so I'm going to I'm thinking maybe I could I was thinking maybe I could open up something in here and take a screenshot with multiplayer for the stream thumbnail. But maybe I'll just make a video about multiplayer. That's probably actually the best thing to do. So, thank you for watching the stream. I'm going to double check chat if anybody has anything to say or has any questions. Let me know in the chat. Otherwise, I am out. Multiplayer has been achieved internally. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. I was like, where? Oh. I have to actually close this and then follow the multiplayer out of the multiplayer realm. Actually, I don't know where that multiplayer went. It went somewhere. Where have you gone, Mr. Multiplayer? Oh, okay, to the door. Okay. Totally forgot about where I went. Nope. Up there they are. Flying in midair. Alright, have a good night, and yep, hope you had a good stream watching it, and I had a good time producing it. It has been fun. Adios, amigos. 4 hours and 40 minutes stream. Goodbye. Adios. Farewell, my friend, amigos. Goodbye, not yet. Just kidding, it's the end.